Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Song of Ancient Waters. The waters of Eldertide Forest whispered secrets that no mortal had heard for 1,000 years. Beneath the emerald canopy, where three sacred rivers converged into the pearl-blue confluence, Alistair knelt on the moss-covered bank, his fingers trembling as they skimmed the surface. The water rippled beneath his touch, not with the gentle undulation of disturbed liquid, but with purpose, as if reaching for him. And then, as clear as the bell song that rang from the highest towers of Rivendell on solstice days, he heard it. Voices, ancient and melodious, singing words in a language that should have been foreign to his ears, yet resonated within his very soul. "I shouldn't understand you," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the gentle babbling of the streams. "Yet I do." The forest around him seemed to hold its breath. Sunlight filtered through the ancient boughs of silver-leaf trees, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. Alistair's lute rested beside him, its polished wood gleaming with inlays of moonstone that caught the light. He had come to the confluence seeking inspiration for the spring festival, where, as the youngest bard of the Rivendell court, he was expected to perform an original composition before the High Elven Council and the Archmage Thorn himself. Instead, he had found something far more profound and terrifying. For what mortal could hear the song of the ancient waters and remain unchanged? The legends spoke of the first elves who communed with the elemental spirits of river and rain, but such gifts had faded from the world when the drowned king sacrificed himself to seal the pact that kept the kingdom of Rivendell safe from the hungry depths of the abyssal seas. With trembling hands, Alistair reached for his lute. The voices from the water grew more insistent, their harmonies weaving into a melody that pulled at his heart. Without thinking, his fingers found the strings, and he began to play. Not the composition he had practiced for weeks, but something new, something that flowed from his fingertips as naturally as the rivers flowed to the sea. The water before him rose, defying nature's laws, twisting into silvery tendrils that danced in time with his music. Alistair gasped but did not stop playing. The water shapes began to form patterns, images from a time long forgotten. A crowned figure standing before a tempestuous sea, arms outstretched, a kingdom of crystal towers reflected in still waters. And finally, darkness spreading across the land as the waters retreated, leaving only dust and desperation in their wake. When the final note faded, the water fell back into the confluence with a splash that seemed to echo through the entire forest. Alistair sat frozen, his heart pounding. What had he witnessed? What power had moved through him? "The waters have chosen," came a voice from behind him. Alistair spun around, nearly dropping his precious lute into the river. Standing at the edge of the clearing was an elf maiden, unlike any he had seen in Rivendell's court. Her hair flowed like liquid silver down to her waist, adorned with pearls and tiny shells that clinked softly with her movements. Her robes, the color of the deepest ocean, seemed to ripple even in the still air of the forest. "Who are you?" Alistair managed to ask, his voice hoarse. "I am Nimue, guardian of the tides," she replied, her eyes the impossible blue of the deepest waters, studying him with ancient wisdom. And you, Alistair of Alvindor, have awakened a power that has slumbered since the days of the drowned king. I don't understand, he stammered, rising to his feet. I was only playing. You were communing, she corrected. The waters speak only to those of the bloodline, and it has been 10 centuries since they last found a worthy vessel. Her gaze softened slightly. You do not yet know who you truly are, do you? Before Alistair could respond, a horn sounded in the distance, 3 sharp blasts followed by 1 long note, the signal of the royal guard. Nimue's expression hardened. They come for you already. The Archmage's eyes are everywhere, and he will not allow the waters chosen to interfere with his plans. She extended her hand. To come with me now, or face a fate worse than the drowned king himself. Alistair hesitated, but only for a moment. The voices from the water had fallen silent, but their song still echoed in his mind, pulling him toward this mysterious guardian. He grabbed his lute and took her hand. What plans? He asked as she led him swiftly through paths in the forest he had never noticed before, though he had wandered these woods since childhood. Oh, what would the Archmage want with me? Not with you, Nimue replied without slowing. With what you represent. Have you not noticed the rivers running low these past months? The wells of Alvindor yielding less and less, the crops withering in fields that once flourished? Indeed, Alistair had heard the whispers at court, seen the worry in the eyes of the farmers who brought increasingly meager harvests to the market. But such concerns seemed distant from his life of music and poetry. The drought, he said. But surely that's just... There is no drought, Nimue cut him off, her voice sharp as ice. The waters are being stolen, their essence drained by ancient magic that should have remained forgotten. Magic wielded by one who should be its guardian, not its thief. They emerged from the forest into a small clearing where a hidden pool lay, its surface still as glass and reflecting the darkening sky above. At its center stood a small island with a single willow tree, its branches trailing into the water. The Archmage Thorn, Alistair breathed, the pieces falling into place. But why would he? Love, Nimue said simply, guiding a small boat from the shore with a gesture of her hand. Or what he believes is love. 20 years ago, his beloved wife Lyra fell ill with a wasting sickness that not even his considerable powers could cure. She died in his arms, but not before he promised to find a way to bring her back. They stepped into the boat, which began to move across the pool without oars or sail, guided by Nimue's will alone. For 2 decades he has searched for a solution, delving into forbidden knowledge, until he discovered the ritual of eternal return, a ceremony that requires the pure life essence of water, gathered over years and concentrated through arcane means. The boat reached the island, and as they stepped onto its shores, the willow branches parted like a curtain, revealing a small cottage that seemed to have grown from the very earth itself. But water's essence cannot be taken without consequence, Alistair said, understanding dawning. The kingdom suffers while he pursues his personal desires. Worse, Nimue replied, opening the cottage door. The waters are bound by the pact made with your ancestor, the drowned king. As they weaken, so too does the seal that holds back the abyssal seas. If Thorn completes his ritual on the night of the full moon, 3 days hence, he may regain his love, but Alvindor and all its people will be swept away by the tide that has hungered for them for a millennium. Inside the cottage, walls lined with ancient texts and bottles containing swirling liquids of every hue, Alistair felt the weight of revelation press upon him. My ancestor, the drowned king, His voice was barely a whisper. "Oh, that's not possible. I'm just a bard, the son of a merchant from the lower city." Nimue moved to a small chest in the corner, from which she withdrew a crown, not of gold or silver, but of coral and pearl, shaped like cresting waves frozen in time. "Your father found you as a babe, floating in a basket upon the confluence, with nothing but this crown and a lute of ancient make." She nodded toward the instrument Alistair still clutched. "He raised you as his own, never telling you of your true origins, hoping to protect you from the destiny that flows in your veins." Alistair stared at the crown, feeling both drawn to it and terrified by what it represented. "The waters have chosen you, Alistair, as they once chose King Malin 1,000 years ago. You alone can hear their song. You alone can restore the balance and renew the pact before all is lost." "And how am I to do that?" Alistair asked, his voice gaining strength despite his fear. "Challenge the most powerful mage in the kingdom. I have no magic but my music." Nimue smiled for the first time, and it transformed her face from severe beauty to something almost kind. "That, my young king, is precisely the magic you need. For what is water but the first and greatest musician of all? It sings in rainfall, thunders in storms, whispers in streams, and roars in rapids. The song of the ancient waters is the most powerful magic ever known, and it is yours to command." Over the next 2 days, under Nimue's guidance, Alistair learned to truly hear the water's song and to weave it into his own music. Each note he played on his lute called to the waters around them, and they answered, rising, falling, freezing, flowing at his command. It was exhausting, exhilarating work, and with each passing hour, the truth of his heritage settled into his bones like an ancient memory awakening. On the evening of the 3rd day, as the full moon began to rise over Eldertide Forest, Alistair and Nimue approached the highest tower of the Alvindor Palace. Guards had been dismissed, servants sent away, all according to the Archmage's preparations for his ritual. In the circular chamber at the tower's peak, surrounded by windows that captured the moonlight, Archmage Thorn stood before a pool of collected water essence, glowing with unnatural blue light. Beside it lay a body, preserved by magic to appear as though merely sleeping, of a woman of ethereal beauty. "Lyra," Thorn whispered, his aged hands trembling as they held a vial of pure water essence above the pool. "Tonight, you return to me." "Archmage Thorn," Alistair called, stepping into the chamber with his lute ready and Nimue at his side. "What you do will destroy everything you once swore to protect." The old mage's eyes widened, first in surprise, then narrowing in recognition. "The bard," he hissed. Then his gaze fell upon the coral crown now adorning Alistair's brow. "No, it cannot be." "The drowned king's heir," Nimue announced, "come to renew the pact you have so selfishly undermined." "Selfishly?" Thorn's voice cracked with emotion. "What do you know of sacrifice? I have given everything to this kingdom, 50 years of service, of protection, of advancing our knowledge and prosperity. Can I not claim one reward, one life restored in exchange for thousands saved?" "Not at the cost of thousands more," Alistair replied, his fingers finding the strings of his lute. "The waters have shown me what will come if you continue. The abyssal seas will reclaim what was denied them." Thorn's face contorted with rage and grief. "You think to stop me with music, boy. I command the elements themselves." Fire erupted from the Archmage's hands, racing toward Alistair and Nimue, but Alistair was already playing, his fingers dancing across the strings in patterns taught by the waters themselves. The flames met a wall of water that rose from the very air, steam hissing as the two elements clashed. "Listen to the waters, Thorn," Alistair called over the music. "They do not deny love or redemption." But some prices are too high for one man to decide for all. The battle raged through the tower chamber, fire and arcane lightning against the ancient music that called to every drop of water within leagues. Windows shattered as waves crashed through them, the very air thick with moisture that answered Alistair's call. Yet even as they fought, Alistair could see the pain in the old mage's eyes, the desperate love that had driven him to such extremes. And in that moment, he understood what the final verses of the water song had been trying to tell him. "There is another way," Alistair said, his music shifting to a gentle, mournful melody. "The waters offer a choice." The fighting paused, water and fire suspended in the air between them. "What choice?" Thorn demanded, suspicion warring with desperate hope in his voice. The pact can be renewed without sacrifice," Alistair explained, the knowledge flowing through him from the water's song. "But what was taken must be returned. The essence you have gathered over decades, all of it, must go back to the waters. Without it, Lyra remains lost to me forever," Thorn whispered, anguish plain on his face. "Not forever," Nimue interjected, her voice gentler than Alistair had yet heard it. "The waters remember those they have claimed. In the confluence, where the veils between worlds grow thin, you could speak with her spirit on the night of each full moon." Thorn's gaze moved from Nimue to Alistair, then to the still form of his beloved. To see her again, even as a spirit, to speak with her once more. His shoulders slumped. "What must I do? Under the full moon's light, at the sacred confluence, where Alistair had first heard the water's song, the three of them stood together. The vials of water essence glowed like captured stars in Thorn's trembling hands. Alistair played, his music weaving with the voices of the waters, creating a harmony that seemed to bridge worlds. As Thorn poured the essence back into the confluence, the waters began to glow, rising into a column of light that reached toward the moon itself. Within that light, for just a moment, appeared the translucent form of a woman, beautiful, serene, loving. Thorn gasped, reaching toward her. "My love," came a voice like distant bells. "You kept your promise. Now keep one more, live well, until we meet again in truth." The light faded, the waters receded, but something had changed. The air felt lighter, the forest more alive. Far away, wells began to fill once more, and fields drank deeply of the renewed waters. As dawn broke over Eldertide Forest, Archmage Thorn knelt before Alistair, offering up his staff. "My king," he said, his voice steady despite the tears on his cheeks. "Boalvindor awaits its rightful ruler." Alistair looked at Nimue, who nodded encouragingly, then back to Thorn. "Rise, Archmage," he said, helping the old man to his feet. "Alvindor needs us both. I have much to learn before I can claim any throne." "And I," Thorn replied with the ghost of a smile, "have much to teach." Starting with how water and fire, when properly balanced, create not destruction, but life. Together, the three of them walked from the confluence as the new day dawned on a kingdom renewed, the song of the ancient waters flowing once more through the veins of the land and through the blood of its returned king. Story 2. The shimmering veil that had separated the realm of Luminaria from the shadowlands of Morcasus for a millennium flickered like a dying candle flame. From atop the crystalline tower, Commander Thorn watched with growing unease as the magical barrier, once a solid curtain of prismatic light stretching across the horizon, now wavered and thinned, revealing glimpses of the dark landscape beyond. A chill wind swept across the tower's observation deck, carrying the scent of night-blooming flowers from the gardens below, and something else, something acrid and wrong, that had no place in the perpetual twilight of the Elven kingdom. Thorn's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword, fingers tracing the moonstone pommel as his keen eyes, amber like a wolf's, searched the darkening horizon. "But it grows worse by the hour," came a melodious voice behind him. Queen Isolde approached silently, her steps making no sound on the crystal floor. Even in these troubled times, she was the embodiment of elven grace, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall down her back, crowned with a circlet of glowing white gems that mimicked the stars above. Her gown of spun moonlight seemed to capture and reflect the barrier's diminishing glow. "Your Majesty," Thorn bowed, the movement fluid despite his half-elven heritage, which had always made him slightly more substantial than his fully elven peers. The breach near the eastern pass has widened. 3 villages report sightings of shadow wraiths crossing through. The Queen's luminescent blue eyes narrowed, her ageless face betraying only the slightest flicker of concern. "Indeed, the Council believes this is merely a natural fluctuation, that the barrier will restore itself as it has in the past. With respect, Your Majesty, this is no fluctuation." Thorn gestured toward the horizon, where the veil thinned to near transparency in places. "Something is actively weakening it from both sides." "Both sides?" Isolde's voice sharpened. "You suspect treachery from within Luminaria?" Thorn chose his words carefully, all too aware of his precarious position. Though he had served as commander of the Queen's Guard for 2 centuries, there were those in the High Council who had never accepted a half-blood in such an esteemed position. "I suspect the theft of the crown of fallen stars was not the work of common thieves, nor solely the machinations of Morcasus." The Queen's composure faltered for the first time. The crown of fallen stars, an ancient artifact forged from celestial metal and embedded with crystals said to be the tears of the moon goddess herself, had been stolen from its sacred chamber beneath the palace 3 days prior. Since that moment, the barrier had begun to fail. "And the crown has maintained the barrier since the Great Sundering," Isolde whispered. "If it falls into the wrong hands, or worse, if it is destroyed, the shadow creatures of Morcasus will pour into our lands like a tide of nightmares." Thorn finished grimly. "Your Majesty, allow me to cross the barrier and recover the crown, before it's too late." Isolde studied him, her ancient eyes seeing more than just the warrior before her. "You are asking permission to enter the realm that killed your mother and made you an outcast among many of your father's people." Thorn's jaw tightened. His human mother had been a diplomat, one of the last to attempt peaceful relations with Morcasus before the final breakdown of negotiations a century ago. She had never returned from her mission. "I am asking permission to save Luminaria," he replied evenly. After a long moment, the Queen nodded. "The Council would never sanction this. They believe diplomacy and patience will prevail." Her gaze drifted to the weakening barrier. "But I fear we have little time for either. Go, Commander Thorn, find the crown and return it to its rightful place." The forest of whispering shadows marked the border between realms, its ancient trees growing progressively darker and more twisted the deeper Thorn ventured toward the barrier. Where Luminaria's forests were filled with silver-barked trees and luminous flowers, here the vegetation seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. As he approached the thinning veil, Thorn removed a small crystal vial from his satchel, a parting gift from Queen Isolde. "The essence of starlight," she had told him. "It will allow you safe passage through the barrier and provide protection against the corrupting influence of Morcasus, but only for a time." Uncorking the vial, he drank the glittering liquid, shuddering as cold fire spread through his veins. The barrier before him pulsed, as if recognizing the presence of its essence, and parted like a curtain. Thorn stepped through into darkness, The transition was jarring. Gone was the perpetual twilight of Luminaria, replaced by a starless sky and terrain that seemed sculpted from shadows. The air hung heavy and still, tasting of ash and something metallic that coated his tongue. In the distance, jagged mountains pierced the horizon like obsidian teeth. A rustle in the underbrush was his only warning before something lunged at him, a shadow wraith, its form rippling like black smoke with gleaming red eyes where a face should be. Thorn's sword was in his hand in an instant, the enchanted blade glowing with an inner light that caused the creature to shriek and recoil. "Luminarian steel displeases them," came a silken voice from the darkness. "Though I confess, I find its glow rather..." A gauche, a figure emerged from between twisted trees, a woman cloaked in a material that seemed to shift between deep purple and absolute black. Her face, partially concealed by a hood, revealed sharp features and eyes the color of amethysts. At her throat gleamed a pendant of dark metal set with a single red stone. "Princess Ravenna," Thorn said, recognition dawning as he kept his sword raised. "Heir to the shadow throne of Morcasus. And you are the famous half-blood commander," she replied, circling him with predatory grace. "Thorn, son of the last human who dared enter our realm. How interesting that you would follow in her footsteps. I come for the crown of fallen stars," he stated bluntly. "Return it and I'll leave your kingdom in peace." Ravenna laughed, the sound like crystal breaking. "My kingdom. Is that what you think this is?" She gestured to the blighted landscape around them. "This prison, this curse..." Before Thorn could respond, more shadow wraiths emerged from the darkness, dozens of them forming a circle around the pair. Ravenna raised a hand, and the creatures halted their advance, hovering at the edge of the light cast by Thorn's sword. "They answer to you," Thorn observed tensely. "Some do. The lesser ones." Her eyes gleamed. "And the greater wraiths answer to no one, not anymore." She stepped closer, seemingly unafraid of his blade. "I did not take your precious crown, Commander, but I know who did, and why. The question is, can you set aside a millennium of prejudice long enough to hear the truth?" The path to the obsidian fortress of Noctis Domum wound through a landscape that defied natural laws. Rocks floated in mid-air, streams flowed uphill, and occasionally the ground itself seemed to breathe. Thorn followed Princess Ravenna warily, his hand never straying far from his sword hilt. "Your queen believes the barrier exists to protect Luminaria from the evils of Morcasus," Ravenna explained as they walked, "a convenient fiction that has served the High Council for centuries. The history of the Sundering is well documented," Thorn countered. The corruption that spread from the Shadow Lands. Propaganda," Ravenna cut him off sharply. "The corruption began long before the Sundering, and its source was neither Luminarian nor Morcasian." They crested a hill, and the fortress came into full view, a massive structure of black crystal and dark metal that seemed to have erupted from the ground rather than been built upon it. Unlike the elegant spires of Luminaria, Noctis Domum was all sharp angles and imposing walls. 3 days ago, Ravenna continued, Lord Vexus of your High Council crossed the barrier with a team of elite assassins. They slaughtered my father's guards and stole the Shadow Scepter, our kingdom's most sacred relic. Thorn frowned. Lord Vexus is one of the Queen's most trusted advisors. Why would he risk war by stealing your relic? The same reason someone from my court stole your crown, Ravenna replied grimly. They're working together, traitors from both realms, to ensure the barrier falls completely. As they entered the fortress through a side passage, Ravenna led Thorn to a circular chamber deep within. The walls were lined with ancient texts and artifacts, illuminated by floating orbs of purple flame. At the center stood a pedestal where a scepter should have rested. Both the crown and the scepter were forged in the same celestial fire, Ravenna explained, her fingers tracing runes carved into the empty pedestal. Together, they maintain not just the barrier between our realms, but a prison, one that has held for 1,000 years. A prison! Thorn's blood ran cold. For what? Ravenna turned to face him, her expression grave. The Void Worm, an entity that predates both our kingdoms. It fed on the essence of our worlds until our ancestors joined forces to imprison it. The barrier was created not to separate our peoples, but to contain the worm between our realms, where neither light nor shadow could give it strength. And now someone wants to free it, Thorn concluded, the pieces falling into place. But why? Power, came a new voice, cold and familiar. Lord Vexus stepped from the shadows, flanked by elven warriors in dark armor and hooded figures that Thorn recognized as Morcasian shadow priests. In his hands, Vexus held both the crown of fallen stars and the shadow scepter. The fools who imprisoned the worm didn't understand its true nature, Vexus continued. It is not a destroyer, but a transformer. Those who free it will be granted power beyond imagining. You're insane, Thorn growled, drawing his sword. The worm will consume everything, Luminaria, Morcasus, and eventually all realms. Perhaps, Vexus agreed with a cold smile. But not before it remakes us into gods. The chamber erupted into chaos as Thorn lunged forward, his enchanted blade slicing through the air toward Vexus. Simultaneously, Ravenna summoned shadows that whirled around her like liquid darkness, lashing out at the shadow priests. The battle was fierce but brief. Despite their skill, Thorn and Ravenna were outnumbered as a blade sliced across Thorn's arm. Causing him to drop his sword, Vexus approached the center of the chamber where an obsidian altar had risen from the floor. "Behold!" Vexus declared, placing both artifacts into carved recesses on the altar, the key to unmaking the world and reforging it anew. The crown and scepter began to pulse with energy, the crown emanating golden light, the scepter deep purple. Where the energies met, a tear appeared in the very fabric of reality, widening to reveal absolute nothingness, a void that seemed to hunger. Thorn, held immobile by two of Vexus's warriors, locked eyes with Ravenna across the chamber. In that moment of silent communication, a plan formed between them, born of desperation and the ancient blood that flowed through both their veins. The barrier was created by the united will of both realms, Ravenna called out, her voice rising above the growing howl emerging from the void. And it can be reinforced the same way. Breaking free from her captors, with a surge of shadow magic, Ravenna lunged toward Thorn. As her hand clasped his, power surged between them, light and shadow intertwining. The bloodline of Luminaria's first king flowing through Thorn's veins recognized the bloodline of Morcasus's shadow queen in Ravenna. Together, they reached toward the altar, their united power forming a counterpoint to the void's pull. "No!" Vexus screamed, but it was too late. The crown and scepter shuddered, then flew to Thorn and Ravenna's outstretched hands, the crown to Thorn, the scepter to Ravenna. As they held the artifacts aloft, a new kind of energy pulsed outward, neither purely light nor wholly shadow, but a balance between the two. The void screamed in rage as it began to shrink, the tear in reality sealing itself as the artifact's power surged through their rightful wielders. "What our ancestors understood," Thorn said, his voice resonating with newfound power, was that neither realm alone could contain the worm. It was never about separation, Ravenna continued, the scepter glowing in her grasp. But about balance. As the void finally sealed with a thunderous clap, Vexus and his followers were thrown to the ground. The chamber fell silent save for the humming energy still flowing between the crown and scepter. Thorn looked at Ravenna, seeing her truly for the first time, not as the enemy his people had feared for centuries, but as the other half of an equation that had been unbalanced for too long. "The barrier," he began. "He must be remade," she finished, "not as a wall, but as a bridge." In the days that followed, as word spread throughout both realms of the true history of their separation and the real purpose of the barrier, Queen Isolde and King Oberon of Morcasus met for the first time in a millennium. Standing at the border between their kingdoms, with Thorn and Ravenna at their sides, they watched as the crown and scepter were brought together. Where once a veil of separation had stood, a new kind of barrier formed, one that contained the void worm's prison at its center, but allowed free passage between the realms. Light and shadow intermingled, creating a twilight zone where both peoples could meet and begin the long process of healing ancient wounds. And as for Thorn and Ravenna, bound by destiny and the artifacts they now wielded as guardians of the new barrier, they stood as living symbols of what could be achieved when ancient enemies recognized the truth, that they had never truly been enemies at all, but two halves of a single, balanced whole. Story 3. The seventh lightning storm in as many days split the sky above the crystal spires of Eloria, illuminating the alabaster towers in harsh, unnatural blue. In the highest chamber of the tallest spire, Master Runekeeper Thaddeus pressed his weathered hands against the enchanted glass of the observation dome, his ancient eyes reflecting the chaos that plagued the once harmonious realm. "Another fissure has opened in the eastern vale," he murmured, not turning to face the gathering of worried elven nobles behind him. "The earth there bleeds fire where water once flowed." The chamber trembled as thunder crashed overhead, causing several of the ornate crystal chandeliers to sway precariously. Whispers of fear rippled through the assembled council of elements. 4 runes vanished, 4 elements in chaos, said Lady Sylvestra, her voice like brittle ice. Air, fire, earth, and now water. The eternal pact unravels thread by thread. For millennia, the 7 eternal runes had maintained the delicate balance between the elves of Eloria and the primordial elements that both nurtured and threatened their realm. Each rune, a physical manifestation of pure elemental magic inscribed upon enchanted moonstone, represented a sacred covenant. The elves would respect and protect the natural world, and in return, the elements would grant them prosperity and protection. Now, those runes were disappearing one by one, and with each vanishing, a new disaster struck the land. In the shadows of the great chamber, pressed against a pillar of luminescent crystal, stood Elowin, a rune apprentice barely into her 20th year. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that shifted between green and gold depending on the light. She had no right to be present at such an august gathering, but Master Thaddeus had insisted she attend, though he hadn't explained why. As the nobles argued, Elowin's attention drifted to the center of the chamber, where replicas of the 7 runes hovered in a perfect circle above a pool of enchanted water. 3 still glowed with their respective powers: the deep violet of shadow, the silver of spirit, and the amber of time. But 4 spaces stood empty, their absence a wound in the very fabric of reality. Then she saw it, something no one else seemed to notice. Faint shimmering trails like threads of gossamer light extending from each missing rune's empty space. The trails twisted through the air, passed through solid walls, and extended beyond the tower itself, pointing in different directions like compass needles seeking their lost treasures. "I can see them," she whispered, the words escaping before she could contain them. The chamber fell silent as every eye turned toward her. Master Thaddeus's bushy eyebrows rose in surprise, then settled into a knowing expression. "See what, girl?" demanded Lord Perennius, head of the council, his voice sharp with authority and disdain. Elowin swallowed hard, regretting her outburst but unable to retract it. "Trails," she said, her voice steadying as she pointed, like threads of light leading away from where each rune should be. They're like tracks." "Impossible," scoffed Prince Veril, stepping forward from his father's shadow. Unlike the other high elves with their silver hair and ice-blue eyes, the prince's lineage showed in his raven-black locks and eyes the color of twilight, a reminder of his family's rumored ties to the shadow realm. "And no one can see the rune paths unless they've handled the runes themselves." His implication hung in the air, unspoken but clear. Either Elowin was lying, or she was the thief. Master Thaddeus turned from the window at last, his ancient face creased with both worry and hope. "Or," he said carefully, "unless they share the blood of the one who created them." A murmur swept through the chamber. The creator of the eternal runes was a figure of legend, an elven sorceress named Ilara the Bright, who had lived so long ago that many considered her merely a myth, the personification of Eoloria itself rather than a real historical figure. "Preposterous," Lord Perennius declared. "The girl is barely trained, from a common family with no notable lineage." "Nevertheless," Master Thaddeus countered, "she sees what none of us can. And time grows short. The 3 moons align in a fortnight. If the runes are not restored before then." He didn't need to finish. Every elf knew the prophecy. When the 7 are scattered while 3 moons align, the veil shall tear, and what was bound shall break free. Prince Veril's dark eyes narrowed as he studied Elowin with newfound interest. "Then she must follow these trails she claims to see," he said. And I will accompany her to ensure she doesn't mislead us." "You?" Lady Sylvestra's laugh was like shattering icicles. "The son of House Nightshade, whose ancestors trafficked with shadow entities. Many already suspect your family's involvement in the theft." The prince's hand moved to the hilt of his ceremonial dagger, his face hardening. "All the more reason for me to prove our innocence by recovering what was lost." Lord Perennius stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully. "The prince makes a valid point. Let those under suspicion clear their names through action rather than words." His cold gaze fixed on Elowin. "You will depart at dawn, following these trails you claim to see. Prince Veril will accompany you as your protector and, if necessary, your jailer." The path of the water rune led them deep into the whispering woods, where ancient trees with luminescent bark created a cathedral of living light. 3 days into their journey, Elowin and Prince Veril had established an uneasy truce born of necessity rather than trust. "We're close," Elowin murmured, following the shimmering blue thread that only she could see. It pulsed stronger here, winding around tree trunks and reflecting in drops of dew that clung to phosphorescent leaves. Veril moved with the silent grace of a predator, his dark cloak blending with the shadows between the glowing trees. Despite his royal status, he had proven himself a capable tracker and fighter when they'd encountered a pack of mist wolves the previous day. "You still haven't explained how you can see these trails," he said, his voice low and melodic despite the edge of suspicion that never quite left it. "Even Master Thaddeus, with all his years of study, cannot perceive them." Elowin pushed a curtain of luminous vines aside, revealing a clearing where a small pool reflected the stars above, despite the canopy that should have hidden them. "I don't know," she admitted. "I've always seen things others couldn't, patterns in spellcasting, echoes of old magic. Master Thaddeus called it rune sight and took me as his apprentice when no one else would." The blue thread led directly into the pool, disappearing beneath its mirrored surface. Elowin knelt at the water's edge, studying the reflection of the three moons, each at different phases but growing closer to alignment with every passing night. "We need to go in," she said, reaching toward the water's surface. Veril caught her wrist, his grip firm but not painful. "These woods are ancient and treacherous. That pool could be a portal to the abyssal deep for all we know." "The rune is down there," she insisted, "and we've already found the earth rune in the floating mountains and the fire rune in the Phoenix crater. We're running out of time." Something shifted in the prince's twilight eyes, a grudging respect, perhaps. He released her wrist with a sigh. "Together, then." They plunged into the pool simultaneously and fell not into water but through space itself, tumbling through a vortex of swirling blues and greens before landing hard on a stone floor in a chamber that should not exist beneath a forest pool. Crystalline walls surrounded them, glowing with their own inner light. At the center of the circular chamber stood a figure so still he might have been a statue, a tall, slender man with skin like polished bronze and hair the white gold of morning sunlight. His eyes, when they opened, contained galaxies. "The Rune Seeker returns at last," he said, his voice resonating with power that made the crystal walls sing in harmony. "Oh, and she brings a shadow child with her. How unexpected." Veril drew his blade in a fluid motion, positioning himself between Elowin and the stranger. "Who are you? Where are the stolen runes?" The figure smiled, and it was like witnessing the dawn after an age of darkness. "I am Kyle, guardian of the in-between, and nothing was stolen, shadow child. The runes are simply returning home, as all things must eventually. Returning." Elowin stepped forward, moving past Veril's protective stance. The blue thread she had followed led directly to Kyle's heart, where it vanished. But the elemental chaos, the disasters, are the birth pangs of a new age, Kyle said gently. The runes were never meant to remain in Eloria forever. They were a gift, a loan from the elements themselves, entrusted to the one who could speak their language. His galaxy eyes fixed on Elowin. "To you, Ilara the Bright." Veril's blade wavered. "Impossible." Ilara lived thousands of years ago, if she existed at all. All souls return to the tapestry of creation and emerge anew, Kyle explained, gesturing to the walls where, Elowin now realized, scenes were playing out like moving paintings. Her own life, but also another life, and another before that, stretching back through countless incarnations, always the same soul, the same essence, though the name and form changed. "I don't understand," Elowin whispered, though deep within, something ancient stirred in recognition. Kyle approached, each step leaving ripples in the air as if reality itself were a pond disturbed by his movement. "You created the runes in your first life, binding the primordial elements to protect a young race of elves who had not yet learned to live in harmony with the world. That binding was always temporary, a teaching tool, not an eternal shackle." He held out his hand, revealing the 4 missing runes hovering above his palm. "The elements seek freedom, but they also honor their covenant. They will not abandon Eloria entirely, but the nature of their relationship with your people must evolve." "Into what?" Veril asked, slowly sheathing his blade as understanding dawned. "Into partnership," Kyle replied. No longer will the runes sit in towers of crystal, controlled by a select few. They must be born by those who understand each element's true nature, carried into the world to renew the bond between elves and the forces that sustain them. Elven felt a pull toward the runes, an ache of recognition. Memories not her own, yet undeniably hers, flickered through her mind, crafting the runes from raw elemental essence, teaching the first elven rune masters, establishing the covenant that had protected Eloria for millennia. I was sent back to oversee the transition, she realized, her voice containing echoes of lives past, to help find new bearers for the runes. The first stands before you, Kyle said, nodding toward Veril. The Shadow Child, whose bloodline has always walked between light and darkness, understanding both but enslaved by neither. Veril's eyes widened in shock. My family, the accusations, were based on fear of what was not understood, Kyle finished. The Shadow Rune called to your ancestors across generations, recognizing its true bearer. What was seen as corruption was merely preparation. The 4 recovered runes began to orbit Kyle's form, picking up speed until they blurred into rings of elemental light. 7 runes, 7 bearers. You have until the 3 moons, aligned to find them all. When the moment comes, you must stand together at the heart of Eloria and receive the elements not as masters, but as partners. And if we fail? Elven asked, though she already knew the answer. Then the veil tears, Kyle said simply, and what lies beyond it, entities that hunger for what Eloria has become, will find their way through. The choice, as always, remains yours. He raised his arms, and the chamber began to dissolve around them, the crystalline walls melting into pure light. Find the bearers, Elara who is Elowen, renew the covenant. The elements await their partners. As they were lifted back toward the pool that had brought them to this impossible place, Elwyn felt Veril's hand close around hers, no longer restraining, but supporting. Their eyes met, twilight and amber green, and a silent understanding passed between them. I know where to find the spirit rune bearer, he said as the light engulfed them. My sister always spoke to ghosts when we were children. We called it imagination, and the time rune, Elwyn added, the knowledge surfacing from her ancient memories. There's a clockmaker in the Silver City who crafts timepieces that never lose a second, even when the laws of time itself fluctuate. The light intensified, carrying them upward toward a world that hung in the balance, a world that would soon transition from one age to another, guided by 7 bearers who would walk the path between mastery and service, between controlling the elements and dancing with them. As they emerged from the pool into the whispering woods, the 3 moons shone overhead, closer to alignment than ever before. Their light illuminated the path ahead, no longer a thread visible only to Elwyn, but a road of possibility stretching toward a future where elves and elements moved together in a harmony more profound than either had known before. The time of bearing had begun. Story 4. Fire rained from the skies over Elendrith as Tormenth, eldest of the Ember Worms, carved a blazing path across the northern valleys. His massive wings cast moving shadows like storm clouds over terrified villagers who fled with only what they could carry. Behind him, the once verdant fields of Harrowdale lay blackened and smouldering, the great granaries that had stood for generations now reduced to ash and cinder. From the highest tower of Castle Aldrenstar, built upon the crystal mount that overlooked the 7 kingdoms of Elendrith, King Aldrin watched with rheumy eyes as another pillar of smoke joined the dozen already staining the horizon. His gnarled hands, once strong enough to bend iron bars, now trembled as they gripped the cold stone of the parapet. The weight of his golden crown, inlaid with 7 stones representing each kingdom under his protection, seemed to press down upon his silver-haired head more heavily than ever before. 3 dragons in the north, 2 emerging from the eastern deeps, and now word comes of Scaleblight the Venomous awakening beneath Lake Mirrormere, reported Commander Tallis, her armor bearing the fresh scars of recent battle. The evacuation of the coastal villages proceeds, Your Majesty, but we cannot hold all fronts at once. The king's weathered face remained impassive, though the deep lines around his mouth deepened further. And what of Blackholm? The commander's expression darkened. Lost, sire. We found no survivors. Blackholm, his birthplace, the village where he had first learned to wield a sword, to ride a horse, to dream of a united Elendrith. Now nothing more than another smoking ruin on the map. Aldrin closed his eyes briefly, allowing himself a moment of grief before the needs of his kingdom called him back. The time has come, he said, his voice carrying the weight of a decision long postponed. Send word to the northern garrison. Find Gareth and bring him to me. Commander Tallis stiffened visibly. Gareth the exiled? But sire, he was banished by your own decree after the Battle of Crimson Fields. To recall him would acknowledge that we need the hand of justice more than he needs our forgiveness, the king finished. The dragons were bound by ancient magic. Commander, magic that can only be undone by its equal. We need the blade of shattered destiny, and Gareth is the only warrior in 7 generations deemed worthy to wield it. The commander bowed stiffly, recognizing a royal command when she heard one, and departed to dispatch the fastest riders north. Alone on his windswept tower, King Aldrin turned his gaze to the eastern horizon, where the 3 moons of Elendrith were rising, blood, bone, and shadow, a celestial alignment that occurred only once every 1,000 years. The old prophecy echoed in his mind, learned at his nurse's knee so many decades ago, when triple moons align above, and ancient oaths demand their due. The blade, once broken out of love, must be made whole by blood, most true. I am sorry, old friend, he whispered to the wind. I had hoped never to ask this of you. The Whispering Pines Inn stood at the edge of civilization, the last outpost of comfort before the great northern wilds stretched endlessly toward the ice-crowned mountains known as the Titan's backbone. Inside its rough-hewn walls, travelers found hearty meals, strong mead, and the blessed warmth of a massive stone hearth that had burned continuously for over a century. Gareth sat alone at a corner table, his back to the wall, eyes constantly surveying the room from beneath a hood that shadowed his features. A massive sword, wrapped in oilcloth, rested against the wall beside him, within easy reach should trouble arise. Trouble had a way of finding him, even here at the edge of nowhere. He was halfway through his 3rd tankard when the inn's door burst open, admitting a flurry of snow and 4 soldiers bearing the royal crest of Aldrenstar. Gareth of Blackholm, called their leader, a young captain with earnest eyes and a fresh scar across his cheek. Hand of justice, slayer of the Crimson Horde, bearer of the broken blade. By decree of King Aldrin, sovereign of the 7 kingdoms, you are summoned to the Crystal Mount with all haste. The inn fell silent as every eye turned toward Gareth's shadowed corner. Slowly, deliberately, he drained the last of his mead before responding. King Aldrin banished me from his sight and his lands upon pain of death, he said, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. Be what has changed? The captain stepped forward, lowering his voice. Dragons, sir. The ancient worms have awakened from their millennial slumber. 3 villages burned yesterday. Blackholm among them. Something flickered in Gareth's eyes. a brief flash of pain quickly mastered. He had not set foot in his hometown for 15 years, not since the king's banishment, but it had remained in his heart as the one place he had truly belonged. "And now the king remembers his loyal hound," Gareth said bitterly, though he was already reaching for his sword. "When there are monsters to be slain, he offers full pardon and restoration of lands and titles," the captain added quickly. "And he spoke of the blade, sir. He says the time has come to make it whole again." At the mention of the blade, the tavern's murmuring fell silent once more. Every child in Elendrith knew the legend of the Blade of Shattered Destiny, the mighty sword that had united the Seven Kingdoms under the first Aldrin 1,000 years ago, only to be broken into 7 pieces after the Great Peace, when its terrible power was deemed too dangerous to exist in a time of prosperity. Gareth rose to his full height, towering over the young captain. The flickering firelight revealed a face weathered by battle and hardship, crisscrossed with scars both old and new. A neatly trimmed beard, more salt than pepper now, framed a mouth that rarely smiled. "Then we ride," he said simply, tossing a handful of coins onto the table. "And though I doubt your king will be pleased with what he hears when I arrive." The journey south was arduous, made more so by the need to detour around burning settlements and areas where dragon sightings had been reported. On the 3rd day, as they skirted the edge of the ancient forest known as the Whisper Wood, a strange mist descended without warning, enveloping the small party in a pearlescent haze that muffled sound and confused direction. "Dark magic," muttered one of the soldiers, making a warding sign. "The forest is cursed." "Not cursed," came a woman's voice from within the mist, "merely selective about its visitors." A figure emerged from the vaporous curtain, a woman of indeterminate age, neither young nor old, with hair the color of burnished copper that fell in wild waves to her waist. Her simple traveling clothes were adorned with strange symbols embroidered in silver thread, and around her neck hung a pendant containing what appeared to be a shard of crystal that glowed with an inner light. "Gareth the Just," she said, a slight smile curving her lips. "Bound for Castle Aldrenstar with your royal escort. How very conventional." Gareth's hand moved to his sword hilt. "And you have me at a disadvantage, lady. Many do, yet few recognize it," she replied cryptically. "I am Morwen, last apprentice of Magister Evelyn, who forged the blade you seek to restore." The name Evelyn sent a jolt through Gareth. The great mage had been dead for centuries, his name legendary even during the time of the first King Aldrin. "Impossible," said the captain. "You would be hundreds of years old." Morwen's smile deepened. "Time moves differently in the Whisperwood, young captain, but we waste precious moments that the dragons will not. I have awaited this day, Gareth of Blackholm, the day when the true heir would seek to reforge what was broken." "I am no heir," Gareth replied gruffly. "Merely a sword arm the king remembers when blood needs spilling." "Perhaps," Morwen said, stepping closer and studying his face with unsettling intensity. "Yet you carry a piece of the blade even now, do you not? The hilt, still bound with the leather your father cut from his own war belt." Gareth stiffened. How could she know that? The wrapped bundle on his back contained indeed the hilt of the ancient sword, passed down through his family for generations. Its history as a fragment of the legendary Blade of Shattered Destiny, merely a family tale he had never fully believed, until King Aldrin had recognized it during Gareth's first presentation at court decades ago. "The king has the remaining pieces," Gareth said cautiously. "6 pieces," Morwen corrected. The blade, broken into 6 fragments, plus the hilt you carry, 7 parts for 7 kingdoms. But reforging requires more than simply rejoining metal to metal. It requires blood magic of the oldest kind. The blood of the true heir, the captain interjected, quoting the ancient prophecy. Morwen's eyes never left Gareth's face. Indeed, and therein lies the secret King Aldrin has kept for 7 decades. Come with me, bearer of the broken blade. There is much you must know before you face the king and the truth he has hidden, even from himself. Deep within the Whisperwood, Morwen's cottage appeared both ancient and timeless. A structure grown rather than built. Its walls formed from living trees whose branches interwove to create rooms and passages. Inside, countless candles illuminated shelves crammed with books, bottles, and artifacts that defied easy description. As the dragons were bound 1,000 years ago by the first King Aldrin and Magister Evelyn, Morwen explained as she moved about the space, gathering ingredients for a potion that bubbled in a cauldron over the hearth. Are not destroyed, as the legends claim, but bound in magical slumber deep beneath the earth, for even then they recognized that to eradicate such ancient creatures would unbalance the world. Gareth watched her warily, having sent the soldiers to wait at the forest's edge, and now they wake. Why? Because the binding was temporary by design, she replied, adding a pinch of something that caused the potion to flash briefly with golden light. It was to last exactly 1,000 years, until the royal line had established peace so deeply that the worms could be gradually reintegrated into the world, their fire and wisdom harnessed for the benefit of all. She stirred the cauldron 3 times counterclockwise, then lifted a ladle to her lips and tasted the concoction. Apparently satisfied, she poured it into 2 simple clay cups. But something went wrong, Gareth surmised. Indeed, Morwen handed him one of the cups. The royal line faltered. The last true-blooded heir of the first Aldrin died without issue during the plague years, 3 centuries ago. The current king's ancestor, a distant cousin thrice removed, took the throne through political maneuvering rather than birthright. Gareth frowned. You're saying King Aldrin is not the true heir? Then whose blood can reforge the blade? Morwen's eyes gleamed in the candlelight. Drink and see what has been hidden. With well-earned suspicion, Gareth sniffed the liquid in his cup. It smelled of summer meadows and something deeper, more primal, like earth after rain. Against his better judgment, he drank. Images flooded his mind instantly. A young woman fleeing the palace with a swollen belly, a secret birth in a remote village, a baby boy given to a blacksmith and his wife who had just lost their own child. That boy growing to manhood in Blackholm, unaware of his true parentage. The same boy, now a young man, distinguishing himself in battle and catching the eye of an aging king who recognized something in him that could not be explained. Gareth dropped the cup, which shattered on the earthen floor. No, he whispered. Yes, Morwen said gently. You are the last true heir of the first Aldrin, Gareth of Blackholm. Your grandmother was Princess Ilara, who fled the court when her father arranged a political marriage she could not abide. She had already given her heart and her body to a common soldier. The king has known this truth since you first came to court, bearing the hilt that responds only to those of the true bloodline. Why wouldn't he tell me? Gareth demanded, his world tilting beneath him. Fear, Morwen said simply. Fear that you might claim the throne that is rightfully yours. Fear that the nobles who support his reign would flock to your banner instead. And recently, as the 1,000-year mark approached and the dragons began to stir in their sleep, fear that the binding spell would fail without a true heir to renew it. So he banished me, Gareth said bitterly, understanding dawning. After I gained too much popular support following the Battle of Crimson Fields, he feared I would discover the truth. And now he needs you, Morwen confirmed. The blade of shattered destiny can indeed be reforged with the blood of the true heir, your blood, but its purpose was never to slay the dragons, Gareth. It was to communicate with them, to renew the ancient pact that allowed humans and dragons to coexist in the age before the binding. Outside the cottage, thunder rumbled, unnaturally loud and close. Morwen moved to the window, her expression grave. We have lingered too long. Tormenth, the ember worm, approaches. He seeks you, Gareth, the last of the bloodline that bound his kind. Whether for vengeance or parley, we cannot know until you claim your birthright. Gareth stood, the weight of revelation heavy upon him, yet somehow feeling more complete than he had in all his 40 years. How do we reforge the blade? Morwen smiled, reaching for her traveling cloak. We must return to Castle Aldrenstar with all haste. King Aldrin possesses the 6 fragments, kept in a vault of magical crystal that has preserved their power. But beware, he may not willingly yield them, even with dragons at his door. Then we shall see what weighs more heavily upon the scales, Gareth said grimly. Wore his crown or his kingdom? 7 days later, as the triple moons aligned in perfect conjunction for the first time in a millennium, Gareth stood atop the crystal mount, the reforged blade of shattered destiny gleaming in his hands. Before him hovered Tormenth, largest of the ancient worms, his scales shimmering like embers in the moonlight. The battle for the blade had been brief but fierce, not against the dragons, as all had expected, but against those members of the court who feared change more than destruction. King Aldrin, in a final act of redemption, had publicly acknowledged Gareth as his heir before surrendering the 6 fragments, only to fall to an assassin's arrow loosed by his own cousin. Now, with the crown of Elendrith upon his brow, Gareth raised the blade not in challenge, but in offering. "The binding ends tonight," he declared, his voice carrying across the mountaintop to where refugees and soldiers alike watched in terrified fascination. But a new pact begins. "Blood of my blood, fire of your fire, we are bound not as master and servant, but as allies sharing one land." 3 drops of his blood fell upon the blade's edge, sizzling as ancient magic awakened fully. The sword emitted a high, clear note that resonated with something deep within the dragon's massive chest. Tormenth lowered his great head until one enormous eye, like a pool of molten gold, was level with Gareth's face. "Heir of the Binder," the dragon rumbled, his voice like mountains shifting. "We accept your offer of peace. The world has changed much during our slumber. We would see what it has become before deciding its fate." Morwen stepped forward, her copper hair whipping in the wind generated by the dragon's massive wings. "The old ways return," she said. "And dragon speakers and their worm companions, working together to protect the 7 kingdoms, not from outside threats, but from the greed and fear that fester within." As if in response, the blade of shattered destiny, now whole again for the first time in 1,000 years, began to glow with an inner fire that matched the ember light of Tormenth's scales. "We begin anew," Gareth said, feeling the weight of crown and sword and destiny upon him. "And not with binding and banishment, but with understanding and alliance." And as the 3 moons reached their perfect alignment overhead, a new age dawned for Elendrith, an age of dragons and men, of magic renewed and ancient wisdom rediscovered, under the rule of a king who had once been banished, but now stood as the bridge between 2 worlds long divided. Story 5. The first silver leaf fell on the summer solstice, an impossibility that sent ripples of disquiet through the ancient groves of Silverhold. Elven children, who had been dancing around the mother tree in celebration, fell silent as the leaf drifted down, its metallic sheen dulling to ashen grey before it touched the moss-covered ground. The eldest among the gathered elves exchanged troubled glances, for never in 10,000 years had the silver trees shed their leaves out of season. By the waning of the ethereal moon, hundreds more leaves had fallen. The once luminous canopy that filtered sunlight into dappled pools of liquid silver across the forest floor now appeared tarnished and thin in places, revealing patches of naked sky where once there had been only a cathedral of gleaming branches. Liraniel stood beneath the mother tree, her slender fingers pressed against its massive trunk. Unlike the other elves, with their silver-white hair and eyes the color of polished malachite, Liraniel's tresses shimmered with hints of blue, and her eyes held the deep violet hue of twilight, marks of her lineage as the last descendant of the Guardians, the ancient bloodline tasked with protecting the sacred heart of the forest. "Uri, what do you hear, daughter?" asked Elder Cylindra, her voice like wind through dried reeds, betraying her 9 centuries of life. Liraniel closed her eyes, focusing on the sensation beneath her fingertips, where once she had felt the steady, rhythmic pulse of the mother tree's lifeblood, like a heartbeat slow and powerful enough to measure centuries rather than seconds. Now she detected only a faint, irregular flutter. "Oh, she's dying," Liraniel whispered, the words catching in her throat. "Something is draining her essence." The gathering of elven nobles behind Elder Cylindra murmured in dismay. Lord Arundel, head of the High Council, stepped forward, his ornate silver circlet catching the weakened light that filtered through the canopy. "Impossible," he declared, though uncertainty tinged his voice. "The mother tree has stood since the first dawn. It cannot simply wither." "Yet it does," Liraniel replied, withdrawing her hand from the bark. A silvery residue clung to her fingertips, sap that should have remained sealed within the living wood. "Something is wrong with the balance. I must consult the archives." Lord Arundel's expression hardened. "The archives are forbidden to all but the High Council and the Archdruid." "You may be of Guardian blood, Liraniel, but you are untested, barely into your 2nd century. We cannot—" "Enough, Arundel," interrupted Elder Cylindra, raising a gnarled hand. "The old laws are clear. In times when the forest itself is threatened, the Guardian's authority supersedes even the High Council's. And like it or not, Liraniel is the last Guardian we have." With reluctance evident in every line of his perfect face, Lord Arundel produced a crystal key from within his robes and handed it to Liraniel. "The western section only," he cautioned. "The deeper archives remain sealed by order of the High Council." Liraniel accepted the key with a respectful nod, knowing better than to argue, at least in public. The Western archives would be a start, but she knew instinctively that the answers she sought would lie in the restricted Eastern Wing, where the oldest and most dangerous knowledge was kept. The archives of Silverhold lay beneath the roots of the mother tree, accessible only through a spiraling staircase carved into the living wood of the trunk itself. As Liraniel descended, crystal lanterns embedded in the walls awakened to her presence, bathing the passage in cool blue light. The Western Archive was a vast chamber filled with scrolls, books, and crystalline memory stones arranged on shelves that stretched toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Without hesitation, Liraniel moved to the section dedicated to the forest's history, her fingers dancing across spines and scroll cases until she found what she sought, a treatise on the founding of Silverhold. Hours passed as she pored over ancient texts, piecing together fragments of lore. The story that emerged was one only partially told in the legends she had grown up with, how the first elves had established a covenant with the spirits of the forest, creating a symbiotic relationship that nourished both realms. At the heart of this covenant was an artifact called the Twilight Stone, a crystal that served as a conduit between the world of the living and the spirit realm. But the texts in the Western Archive ended abruptly, as if the most crucial information had been deliberately removed. Liraniel glanced toward the sealed eastern door, its surface inscribed with warnings in the oldest Elven script. She knew what she had to do. Waiting until the archive keeper had retired for their evening meditation, Liraniel approached the forbidden door. Instead of using conventional magic that might trigger alarms, she pressed her palm against the wood and whispered in the oldest tongue, words taught to her by her grandmother before she passed into the beyond. By blood and right of the guardian line, I seek the knowledge that is mine. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a distant sigh, the door swung inward, revealing a smaller chamber illuminated by a single ghostly flame that burned without fuel at the center of the room. The Eastern Archive contained few books. Instead, its walls were lined with crystal memory stones larger and more ancient than any Liraniel had ever seen. At the center of the room, floating above a pedestal, beneath the spectral flame, was a space where clearly something of great importance had once rested, but now stood empty. Approaching the nearest memory stone, Liraniel placed her hands on its cool surface and opened her mind to its contents. Images flooded her consciousness, a ritual performed beneath a full moon, the creation of a crystal vessel, the Twilight Stone, to house the covenant between elves and forest spirits, and most disturbingly, a dark figure from Elven nightmare, Caravax, the Shadow Lord, a being so ancient and terrible that most modern elves considered him merely a myth used to frighten disobedient children. The Memory Stone showed Caravax being defeated by the combined might of 7 guardian elves, bound by powerful magic, and imprisoned in a realm between realms, a prison maintained by the power of the Twilight Stone. With growing horror, Liraniel turned to the empty pedestal at the room's center. The Twilight Stone was gone. And if the memories were true, its absence meant not only the slow death of the Silver Forest, but the potential release of an evil not seen in the Elven realms for millennia. A soft noise behind her broke her concentration. Spinning around, Liraniel found herself facing a tall figure cloaked in forest greens and browns, definitely not an archive keeper. The stranger's hood fell back, revealing features that caused Liraniel to reach instinctively for the ceremonial dagger at her belt. Though mostly elven in appearance, with the same pointed ears and refined features, this intruder's skin held an unnatural pallor, and his eyes, the color of burnished gold, had vertical pupils like those of a cat. Most telling of all was the mark upon his brow, a small sigil that resembled a twisted thorn, the known emblem of the Shadow Court. "Peace, Guardian," the stranger said, raising empty hands to show he was unarmed. "If I meant you harm, I would not have allowed you to detect my presence." "Who are you?" Liraniel demanded, her dagger now drawn and pointed at the intruder's heart. "But how did you enter the archives?" "My name is Thorn," he replied, his voice carrying an accent Liraniel couldn't place. "As for how I entered, the barriers that keep most out have no effect on me. Blood recognizes blood, even when corrupted." "You're from the Shadow Court," Liraniel said, the pieces falling into place. "You serve Caravax." A bitter smile crossed Thorn's face. Caravax is my father, though I serve him no longer. I am exiled, cast out for warning against his plans. His golden eyes fixed on the empty pedestal, but I see I am too late. The Twilight Stone is already gone. Lyraniel's mind raced. Everything in her training told her to raise the alarm, to call the Guardians. Except she was the last Guardian, untested and unprepared. And if this stranger truly was the son of Caravax... The forest is dying, she said, lowering her dagger slightly. The covenant is breaking. If what you say is true, if Caravax has the stone, then we have precious little time, Thorn finished. The stone's removal has begun the process. Already the barrier between realms weakens. In 7 days, when the umbral moon eclipses the sun, the prison that has held my father for 10,000 years will shatter completely. Why would you oppose your own father? Lyraniel asked, suspicion evident in her tone. Thorn's expression darkened. Because I have seen what lies in his heart. He does not seek merely to rule the elven realms, but to consume them, to absorb the very essence of the Silver Forest and all who dwell within it, transforming everything into an extension of his own twisted will. He stepped closer, and Lyraniel noticed a network of fine scars across his face and neck, partially hidden by his collar. These are his parting gifts to me when I opposed his counsel. I barely escaped with my life and have spent decades searching for a way to prevent his return. Despite her misgivings, Lyraniel sensed truth in his words. The Mother Tree was dying. The Twilight Stone was missing. If Caravax was indeed behind this, she needed all the help she could get, even from his estranged son. The stone must be returned to its rightful place, she said decisively, sheathing her dagger. But how do we find it? And how can we possibly stand against the Shadow Lord if he has already begun to awaken? Thorn's golden eyes gleamed in the ghostly light. We must journey to the Veil, the thinning boundary between this world and my father's prison. The stone would have been taken there to complete the ritual of awakening. The Veil lies beyond the Whispering Wastes, Lyraniel said, recalling ancient maps she had studied. No elf has ventured there in thousands of years. The land itself is said to be poisoned. It is, Thorn confirmed grimly, by my father's essence seeping through over millennia. But I know the safe paths, and you... His gaze fell to the faint blue shimmer in her silver hair. You carry the blood of the original guardians who bound him. Together, we might stand a chance. Lyraniel took a deep breath, feeling the weight of decision upon her. To trust this stranger meant potentially leading herself to doom. To refuse his help might condemn the entire Silver Forest and all elven realms beyond. I will need to gather supplies, she said finally. Herbs from the sacred grove, water from the mirror pool. If we are to confront Caravax, we will need every advantage. We have until dawn, Thorn replied. After that, Lord Arundel will discover the stone's absence, if he doesn't already know. Lyraniel's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Think, Guardian. Who else had access to the Eastern Archive? Who stood to gain if the old alliance between elves and forest spirits were to be renegotiated? The implication was clear and disturbing. Lord Arundel, head of the High Council, had been reluctant to grant her access to even the Western Archive. If he was somehow involved in the theft of the Twilight Stone, meet me at the Pool of Stars at midnight, she said decisively. Bring whatever knowledge you have of your father's prison and his powers. We leave under cover of darkness. As Thorn melted back into the shadows, as silently as he had appeared, Lyraniel turned once more to the empty pedestal. The fate of the Silver Forest, perhaps of all elven realms, now rested on an unlikely alliance between the last Guardian and the exiled son of their greatest enemy. Her hand moved to a pendant at her throat, a small silver leaf, the last gift from her grandmother. "Oh, I am not ready," she whispered to the ghostly flame, "but I am all that remains." The flame flickered in response, casting her shadow long and distorted against the ancient walls, as if offering a glimpse of the trials that lay ahead. Beyond the walls of Silverhold, another silver leaf detached from its branch and fell, its gleam fading before it touched the ground. The countdown to darkness had begun. Story 6. The ancient tapestry of destiny hung suspended in twilight, its golden and silver threads catching the light of two moons that had not shared the sky for centuries. Once radiant with the luminescence of 1,000 stars, its once vibrant patterns now frayed at the edges, whispering warnings that few could hear and fewer still understood. On the borderlands where the realm of elves met the kingdom of men, the veil between worlds grew thin as the great weaving slowly unraveled, one precious thread at a time. Seraphina stood at her loom in the village of Willowbrook, her fingers trembling as they hovered over the half-finished cloth. Outside her window, storm clouds gathered unnaturally, swirling in patterns that mirrored the design taking shape beneath her hands. Again she saw them, gossamer strands of fate, invisible to others, shimmering like dewdrops in morning light. They wove between the physical threads of her work, creating a second tapestry that overlaid the first, a map of destinies converging. "Not again," she whispered, pressing her palms against her eyes. For weeks now, the visions had intensified, along with the dreams of the golden-eyed elven prince who called to her from a place between worlds. "It defined Thalion," the prince had whispered in last night's dream, his voice like autumn leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "The whispering woods, the fate of both our worlds hangs by a thread. Seraphina." How did he know her name? Why did his sorrow feel like her own? A distant rumble shook the ground beneath her feet. Beyond her window, a great oak, ancient when her grandmother was a child, split from crown to root, its massive trunk thundering to the earth. Throughout the village, screams erupted as the ground trembled again. "This is merely the beginning," came a voice behind her, soft and melodic yet edged with urgency. Seraphina whirled around, snatching up her weaving knife. A hooded figure stood in the shadows of her cottage, tall and slender. When he stepped forward, the hood fell back to reveal features too perfect to be human. High cheekbones, almond eyes the color of sunlight through amber, and ears that tapered to delicate points. "You're," she breathed, lowering the knife. "Not the one from your dreams," he said, his ageless face solemn. "But I come at his behest. I am Aranor, guardian of the eastern groves. The prince has chosen wisely in you, daughter of Thread." "I don't understand any of this," Seraphina said, gesturing to her loom where the strange patterns continued to form of their own accord. "These visions, the dreams, the earthquakes. The tapestry unravels," Aranor replied simply, "and with it, the boundaries between our worlds. You see the threads, do you not?" As did Elendor's apprentice, once. Outside, lightning split the unnaturally dark sky, illuminating the room in harsh white light. In that flash, Seraphina saw not an elven emissary, but the ghostly outline of the same princely figure from her dreams, superimposed over Aranor like a second skin. "Elendor," she whispered, "he's with you." Aranor's expression revealed nothing, but he extended his hand. "Time grows short, Seraphina. The whispering woods lie 3 days, journey north. I will guide you, but we must depart now." The whispering woods earned their name. Even in daylight, the ancient trees murmured secrets in voices just beyond comprehension. By the third day of their journey, Seraphina had grown accustomed to the constant susurration, finding comfort in its rhythm as she followed Aranor along paths visible only to elven eyes. They came upon Thalian's dwelling without warning, one moment facing an impenetrable wall of silver-barked trees, the next standing before a structure that seemed to grow from the forest itself. Massive roots formed its foundation, while living branches curved to create arched ceilings, adorned with leaves that glowed with soft blue light. "Enter if you must," called a voice like aged parchment from within, "though I have nothing to offer but disappointment." Aranor gestured for Seraphina to precede him. Inside, shelves lined the walls, filled not with books, but with small looms, each holding an unfinished weaving. At the center of the chamber stood a great circular loom, easily 10 times the size of Seraphina's, upon which rested the most intricate pattern she had ever beheld. Beside it sat a figure so ancient that his skin resembled the bark of the trees outside, his silver hair cascading to the floor where it seemed to take root. His eyes, however, burned with the intensity of twin stars, fixing upon Seraphina with immediate recognition. "So," he said, his voice stronger than his frail appearance suggested, "you bring me another human with the sight. Have we learned nothing from past mistakes, Guardian? The tapestry unravels, Master Thalian," Aranor replied, bowing deeply. "Elendor believes she is the one." "Elendor believes," Thalian scoffed, rising with surprising grace. "Elendor has been trapped between worlds for 8 centuries. His judgment may be compromised." Seraphina stepped forward, drawn to the magnificent weaving on the great loom. Within its intricate patterns, she recognized landscapes, elven spires rising from mist-shrouded valleys, human cities with thatched roofs and stone walls, great mountain ranges and vast oceans, and at its edges, unmistakable signs of deterioration. "You're trying to repair it," she said, not as a question. "The tapestry of destiny." Thalian's eyes narrowed. "This is but a shadow of the true tapestry, human. A working model, you might say, through which I attempt to understand the damage. The threads that unravel first," Seraphina said, her fingers hovering above the weaving without touching it, tracing the patterns of decay. "They're not random. They form a pattern of their own. See how they pull away in spirals. Someone is plucking them deliberately." The ancient weaver went still. "What did you say?" "Someone is unraveling it intentionally," she repeated, looking up to meet his gaze, "following a pattern that creates a new design." For a long moment, Thalian stared at her, then glanced at Aranor. "Leave us," he commanded. When they were alone, he circled Seraphina slowly. "What else do you see, human?" "I see..." She hesitated, then continued more confidently. "I see how it's supposed to be. I can feel the pattern trying to maintain itself, like a living thing healing a wound." Thalian's breath caught. "Impossible! Only one who has touched the true tapestry could perceive that." A memory flashed in Seraphina's mind, not her own, but clear as crystal. Slender hands moving over gleaming threads of impossible color. A chamber of white stone, suspended between worlds. A voice, gentle yet firm, guiding those hands. Elendor's voice. "Your apprentice," she whispered. "She touched it before she disappeared." Thalian took a step back, his face ashen. "How could you possibly know of her?" Before Seraphina could answer, a deafening crack split the air. The ground beneath them lurched violently, sending both sprawling. From outside came Aranor's warning cry, followed by the sound of steel against steel. "They've found us," Thalian hissed, pulling himself up. "The Shadow Weavers." "Quickly, girl." He seized her hand, pulling her toward a concealed door behind the great loom. As they fled through a tunnel formed by massive roots, Seraphina glimpsed shadowy figures entering Thalion's dwelling, elves wearing cloaks dark as midnight, led by one whose face mirrored the prince from her dreams, yet twisted with malice. "That's—" she gasped. "Malindor," Thalion confirmed grimly. "Elendor's twin brother. Not dead, as all believed, but transformed. He leads the Shadow Weavers now, seeking to rewrite the tapestry itself." The tunnel opened into a small clearing illuminated by moonlight. Both moons, one silver, one faintly gold, hanging impossibly close in the night sky. "The convergence begins," Thalion murmured. "We have little time." "Time for what?" Seraphina demanded. "What am I doing here?" "What do you expect me to do?" Thalion's ancient eyes softened with something like pity. "You still don't understand, do you? My apprentice never disappeared, Seraphina. She died, giving her life to bind Elendor to the tapestry when Malindor attempted to destroy it. But before her passing, she performed a weaving of souls, the most forbidden of arts, ensuring her spirit would return when needed most." "No," Seraphina shook her head. "No, I'm just a village weaver. I'm not—" "You are Lyra reborn," Thalion said quietly. "The dreams, the visions, they are her memories awakening within you. And now you must complete what she began." A voice like broken glass cut through the night. How touching. They turned to find Malindor at the edge of the clearing, his hand wrapped around Aranor's throat. Behind him, a dozen shadow weavers emerged from the trees, each carrying a loom of black wood. "The final threads of destiny are mine to shape," Malindor said, his voice a cruel echo of his brother's. "This time, there will be no sacrifice to stop me." Seraphina felt something stir within her, knowledge not her own, power she had never wielded. As if in a dream, her hands rose, fingers weaving intricate patterns in the air. Where they passed, threads of light appeared, connecting the two moons above, the earth below, and her own beating heart. "You're wrong," she heard herself say, in a voice both her own and not. "The final thread has always been mine to weave." And as the shadow weavers lunged forward, as Thalion raised his hands in defense, as Malindor's face contorted with rage, Seraphina closed her eyes and continued to weave, not with thread and loom, but with memory and destiny, binding past to present, connecting her soul to that of an elven prince trapped between worlds, waiting 8 centuries for her return. The pattern of fate began to change, one golden thread at a time,